Phoenix Wright is Eternity Trials and Tribulations, the HD version from the Switch trilogy. I'm on the final episode, well, the final case of the game, Bridge to the Turnabout, and I'm going to be finishing it off this afternoon. Let it load. Okay, inform Discord. There we go. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, guys. This is where I stopped yesterday. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Donium's room, reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Donium's room. Because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Take that! You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Oh, okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. Take that! It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah. You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. I signed up for a special course. Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those who channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the inner temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the inner temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls. Why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. The letter said that those instructions said that she had to follow the sound of the bell. It's from Morgan Fay. I mean, I assumed as much yesterday, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna find now that I was right all along. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Ah, where did you? In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls was... Dahlia Hawthorne, deceased. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the inner temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Hey, by the way, wasn't the chest of drawers that you can see at the inner temple filled with like accessories for the people of the temple? Maybe that's where she found the hood, because Pearls wouldn't have been wearing a hood at that moment. So where would she find the hood? Well, I think that's where it would be, because Phoenix, when examining it, was like, I'm not supposed to look through that, and then Franziska von Karma just went ahead and just like looked through the drawers and said what was in there or something like that. Well, from what I remember from what happened yesterday anyway. Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Your mom. Pearls. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Well, she's young. She misses her mom. That makes sense. Alright, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any... She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls, we both know someone carried out his instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there is no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adults would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Yeah, I know what he's talking about. It is... the Misty Phase image obscured by gravy. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Ah, what? Why would I do something like... Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donim on the night of the murder? Yes, she actually made that mistake already during that conversation. I'm just gonna turn off that fan now, because I was super hot earlier, but now I'm starting to get cold. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Maybe she was already in possession of the letter at that time, and maybe that's why... Oh, or actually when she says, how do you read this? Maybe she was showing the letter to Elise Donim. Ah, I didn't think of that before, but that's perhaps what it is. Yeah, come to think of it, actually, yeah. But what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the secret cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Kurain like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow, so I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Well, that's the part that's in front of the barred door and the one that has all the locks on it. Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then, Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you... And left off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry, you moron. Lost powers? It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit? No, I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. Don't hit on the 9-year-old girl. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? It makes sense. Yeah. The same, like, ghost couldn't be in two bodies at the same time. It makes sense, yeah. I didn't think of it until now, but yeah, it makes sense. Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Great analogy. Thank you for that, Larry. The world is a better place now that you said this. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month, and last month she told me. The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid the letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. It doesn't make any sense, does it? I mean, although... No, at the time Dahlia was already in jail, yeah. Because the case where she was, where Mia had her sent to jail took place before the case in the second game where she was put to jail herself. Yeah, okay. I thought there was something that didn't fit there, but no, it fits perfectly. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter is hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. I have no doubt that she's a very nice person to you, yeah, but to people outside of the family, she's pretty evil. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? Even asked them to channel the spirit of a murderer, unfortunately. She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I'd had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya is part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. No, it wasn't. She tried to have Maya killed, if anything. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. It sure is pretty strange. It was opened once before. Orders from Morgan Fay. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Nothing. That's probably for the best. Huh. Who's that, Godo? Finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godo! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters, caught up in the worst circumstances. I realized that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Ha. What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. He's harsh. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. If he is who I think he is, then he was close to Mia, so he would be, like, reproaching me for what happened. Mr. Nick, is what that man said just true? Is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya is alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. My Pearl. I don't like this woman. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come, for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the Master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Pretty scary. It's back to the trial. Yeah, I thought so. February 10th, 9:39 a.m. This record, defendant lobby number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's a defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kinda strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Godo said so. Godo said that it was gonna be him. And that's probably why she was helping me the day before. She must not like Godo. That's probably why she seemed to be so helpful. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godo? Godo? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Oh, okay. Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. What does she know about removing trick locks? Franziska von Karma. Why would she know about it? How can she be of any help to Sister Bikini? We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we'll receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godo intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Hey, he calls me partner now. Thanks. I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donim, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 AM, District Court, Courtroom number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. So that's who he has been passing his cold on to. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Not the same attorney, not the same prosecutor, and not the same judge. Wow. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godo. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godo, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There is only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then, you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. Okay, I'll keep that in mind then the next time I meet a beautiful lady. State your name and profession, please. That's a great pickup line, Godo. Great pickup line indeed. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? That's a big thing to confess to, indeed. Assuming it is true. Order in the court. Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice of something. It just happens to be that in this case it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Grr, let go though. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Iris' testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. But she couldn't have lied, because there were no psyche locks. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. No, I'm definitely up the creek without the paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fei. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming Maya? Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous! The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Nor did I ever imagine that... I mean... if she really was trying to protect Maya like she says she is, she wouldn't confess to it. She would take the blame on her to protect Maya and not try to cover up for her or something. And then only to admit to helping her out in that sense. That can't be. It's not possible. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise and strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. She would never attack her daughter. That's not true. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected? Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instinct of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday. that Iris never went to the inner temple that night, and that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. And there were no psyche locks at that time, so she wasn't lying. There's more to it, I think. I think. We'll see. I can't believe what I have in mind right now. I need more information to make up my mind about it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. But it was her... It was her daughter. Why would she do that? But maybe she didn't know that? No, she had to know it. It's not possible. Objection! It's her daughter, for God's sake. Elise Donim would never have attacked Maya Fey. Oh, how can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Ah, no! Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. It's possible that she didn't know. It is possible that she didn't know, but that Mystic Misty Fey went to the inner temple because she was the person who had opened the letter first. And she went with the intent of protecting Maya Fey. And she probably didn't attack Maya. I'm not... I need more information. There are bits and pieces of what happened that I still don't have. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donim actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years, perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. I think he didn't know either. Maybe he didn't know. Order in the court. There's no doubt about it. This certainly is odd. I find it difficult to believe that the mother would try to kill her own daughter. Ha. If it turns out that I'm wrong about this, I'll quit my day job and open up a coffee house. Well, you can already get the coffee brewing, I say. I'd like to believe that domestic violence cases like this would never occur, but unfortunately, they're all too common. That's why people drink bitter coffee, you know? You've brought to light a very interesting fact, Mr. Wright, but I must agree with the prosecution that domestic violence is not all that rare. You don't mean? The fact that they were mother and daughter doesn't itself disprove the witness's claims. I think it would be best if we return to the testimony at hand. Yes, Your Honor, she seems pretty happy about it. Somehow, it looks like I'm gonna have to find another contradiction in her testimony. Yeah, it wouldn't have been that easy. Something more conclusive than this. Okay, well, while Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. That's something I have a hard time believing. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into a rope for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. But that doesn't make sense. A dagger, huh? And Elise Donim tried to stab her with this weapon to kill Miss Fey. Yes, exactly. Ha. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I know what it is. I'm not a big fan of that sauce either. It depends. It depends what you put it on. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem? There is one thing, yeah. If I'm right, there is one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Then say it. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. How can the prosecution have so much power? Okay, now let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe. But why would she have to do that since her staff is a freaking sword of all things? Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Not this staff. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Huh? If Elise Donim really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Ha, you still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor, but do you notice something else? Well, there is blood on it, alright. Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Whose fingerprints were on it, though? Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? Oh, that thing? To the left? Dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the final battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means, the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now. It's gonna be updated later, I guess. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie, ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. It's not conclusive enough, but she seems to be different now. I mean, the way she acts at the stand. I think my gut feeling is going to prove right in a moment. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. She keeps calling her Mystic Elise when she's not really Mystic Elise. She's Mystic Misty. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. But she was stabbed... Wait. She was stabbed in the back. If her back was to the stone lantern, how could she be stabbed in the back? I'm gonna press here for more detail. You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim. Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. Yeah, it's all looking more and more the way I think it is. I'm thinking about what Pearl said before, that she couldn't channel the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. Perhaps one of the reasons could be that she was already being channeled by someone else. It's possible that Dahlia was already being channeled by Maya. I mean, I couldn't conclude to it before because I didn't have enough information to point to that fact, but it's looking more and more like it anyway. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Don't I have proof that she couldn't have been stabbed on the front of her body? Stab in the back. Let me save before I present it because I'm not 100% sure that it is, but it seems reasonable enough that this is what it should be. Yeah, sounds like this is it. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. Yeah, she seems different, so my second gut feeling is that it is not Iris that's at the stand right now. It's probably Dahlia and not Iris. She wasn't lying before when she said that she didn't go to the inner temple and so on and so on and such. But I think she's lying now. So it feels like it's not the same person. It's looking more and more like it. I don't have any proof yet, but it's looking like it anyway. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. Or well, the chest area, anyway. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. Ah. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Ah! What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha, it's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away as useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godo, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, did you know, Hazakura has a rule that on nights when Acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Yeah, and that perhaps explains why the snow was all molten around the area of the lantern. That's probably why. Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. I doubt that. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yeah, that a fitting declaration, that illuminating fact that's chased all the contradictions away. But it's a lie. It's a lie. There's no stone around the lantern, so it had to be lit. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! Order! 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 Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Was not lit the night of the crime. I have a hard time believing that. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was the flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? It says Maya upside down. Yeah, why is it upside down? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. But the blood that she was draining out of her body, It certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Can't he see it? He can't see the color red, maybe because of the things that the thing he has on his face. Could it be he can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. Maybe he can't see the color red anymore. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godo, anything further? Mr. Godo? Okay then, let's move on. Godo is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Miss Donim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong! Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. we're all ears. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to the Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but... You were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. I have to find something that doesn't fit in there. Yes, Your Honor. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. Thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. Yeah, she looks quite a lot bigger than she is. How could she do that? Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Hold on a minute. Yeah, something isn't... I mean, it's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. Looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But wasn't it already burning at the time? There's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha! Makes perfect sense to me. That's going through a lot of effort, anyway. Seems like that to me, anyway. For the time being, anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? And I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... Yeah, but why was the snowmobile at that spot? How was it already there? Where's the picture of the tracks in the snow? Ah, there it is. No. Ah, shit. Crap, I made a mistake. Objection denied. Yeah. Hold on then. Press her on it instead. The snowmobile, I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Did I ask for more details? Yeah, there are tracks only going in one direction. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. So she must have left Hazakura Temple before 10:50 then. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's where there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? Well, if only so that it gets added to the testimony, I'd like her to, like, add this to their testimony. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Well, I mean, the time that it takes... Hold on. Doesn't it say so here? I mean, it would have taken her a certain amount of time to drag the body from the garden where the real murder took place, all the way across the bridge, then put it on the snowmobile and bring it over to the temple. I mean, the murder is supposed to have taken place at 11. It's a bit strange. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony, but does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her a statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Hold on. Yeah. I mean, okay, what I thought before that the lightning perhaps didn't necessarily set the bridge on fire, I take it all back. The lightning did really set the bridge on fire, but the bridge was had already been burning for 5 minutes by the time it stopped snowing. So if the murder took place after it snowed, that is to say, after 10:50 on the other side of the bridge, she couldn't have walked across the bridge and dragged it all along, because it was already burning at that time. No? No? Or maybe hold on. Or maybe not on that one? Oh wait, I didn't present it on the right one, did I? But I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. Or on this one, maybe. I already made 2 mistakes there, so I can't afford to make too many others. Weather data. Yeah, there we go. It was impossible. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. I thought that... Yeah, he's commenting on the fact that the snow had stopped already, but I didn't present it on that statement. That's kind of weird. But anyway, but it is linked to that statement too, about the fact that she dragged it across the bridge. That's not possible. This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m., but you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? It can't be Iris. Iris would know about that. It has to be Dahlia, but... No, it can't be. I mean... Who could be channeling her then? Not Pearl, she failed, because she was already being channeled by someone else. Not Mystic Misty, she's dead. Is it Maya? Is it Maya? What? But it can't be, it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No! Order! 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 The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There was no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or nobody. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing right now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard, and second, the head nun Sister Bikini witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night. That's an understatement. So my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, right, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You've admitted that you've moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? I wonder. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there is no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Yeah, so basically, it's saying, what if you can't prove it? Then I can't have lied, even if it's pretty obvious that you're lying. Yeah, right. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and what if the suspension wires even snapped? It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as a truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Try it. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Moving the body. Yeah, before I go over this, let me take a look around, a look at something that's been bugging me this entire time. We still haven't explained who that body is that seems to be flying. Thank you for the follow, Wrecked Astley. That's very much appreciated. And let me take a look at that photo. I theorized before that because of the fact that he was lying on his back when he was sleeping, he saw the scene upside down, so that she wouldn't be so much flying, but she would like, I don't really know what I'm seeing actually, but falling from the bridge maybe or something? I'm not entirely sure. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that... Well, I don't think that she really flied, but that's what the drawing shows, so... Hold on, I'm gonna save before I try that, because it might not be true. She could have she could have flown to the other side. At that body flying over a burning bridge, I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Well, that's what the previous witness stated to have seen. Ha, you're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous! Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Donim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Loris Donim. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. Yeah, this is the view that was bugging me, because if he saw it from that angle, he would have seen the bridge upside down. That's when he witnessed the event, it says. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Well, actually, yes. That's kind of what I'm trying to claim, yeah, to turn it upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Yeah, that's what I hypothesized before. Why did Godo say that? Alright, then let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Whiskerface. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. This sketch drawn by Loris Donim is a complete contradiction. Exactly what happened. Well, it can't be exactly what happened. She did not fly, obviously. That can't be. I'm gonna save anyway. Just because I'm still not entirely sure where this is going. But I'm gonna say a complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Loris Donim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. Yeah. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ha. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality? The fact that the victim is flying is one big contradiction. It's flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet, or did I miss something? It wasn't that. Mr. Wright, that answer just now, it was lethal. Okay, that was wrong. Okay, I take it back then. Let me have a look at the court record. Well, if it contradicts something, it contradicts what we know of the bridge. Well, I don't know why, but those cables that seem to be holding the bridge, they look a bit different in the drawing. Well, it might just be that that he didn't draw them right or something, but it's still weird though. Yeah, I can't turn the whole monitor on which I'm playing upside down, unfortunately. If I was playing handheld mode, that would be pretty easy, but in this case I can't do that, so... No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Loris Stonium stated over and over, yeah. Yeah, okay, let me point it out again. There's not much in the sketch that you can point at, and if it's not the flying thing, it can't be the bridge either. That leaves only that possibility. Because it does look different. It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed, and show us the reality it is supposed to conflict with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. The photo? What else could it be? That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires, but that's the thing, they look nothing like it. They're not like straight and like... and like pulled very tight. Well, the bridge burned, so maybe they were like really tight before. Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Loris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility, but then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed this event. He was sleeping. He was in Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and finally he laid down. But then lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now, ponder what sort of position Loris must have been at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Just turn it the other way around so we can have a better look. That would be so much more convenient. Loris Donim witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. And being the stupid moron that he is, he didn't realize himself. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Loris Donim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order, order, order! Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
Objection!
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. So it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. There was that thing that they mistook for a mooring post the day before, during the investigation, that didn't have a cable attached to it anymore. They could have used that. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Yeah, actually, you can even see it on the plan, on the map here, that one of the cables is missing. And you have a beautiful rope right there. I have in mind to either show that photo or the map, but I think it would probably be this one. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Ellie Stonium's body. Still, though, I mean, yeah, but still, you have to be really precise, and you have to be incredibly lucky for it to work, though. That's a pretty insane way of doing things, but I don't see any other way. Ha. Mr. Godo! It's a bottomless cup or what? It seems that Mr. Godo is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems that the odds of a rope being readily available was very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Well, it's not any more far-fetched than a lot of the other things that they said up until now.
Objection!
Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? That's right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Well, an object belonging to the victim was found at the foot of the bridge. The pearl. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that wasn't in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Yeah, but the part that really annoys me is that you would have to, like, tie the rope around the body, and for it to come loose at the precise moment where it has to come loose for the body to continue flying and reach the other side. That's pretty unlikely. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that the victim body dropped something. Yeah, what kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. It's possible that the body found actually fell not where it was supposed to fall, but it fell at the Heavenly Hole or something like that. The body overswung to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was not loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal is the one that came off Miss Elise Donim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Aha! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright? I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godo? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Tride. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godo is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. But I think it was the real Iris. That is to say, not the person right in front of me. Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? Well, Iris. This one. Can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile, but with her backpack, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty after the inner temple garden. After the mother-daughter bloodbath. Sorry, I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godo? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Because it was a different person. Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious, Wright? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Ha! It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. She's dead, yeah. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? That has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Order, order, order! Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kurain channeling technique flows within that body. The Kurain channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. And if it's not Maya, then I don't know who else it could be. Which is good news, because that means Maya is alive, but also she's being possessed by that evil girl, so I hope nothing bad happens to Maya. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? What if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 Irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words 10 p.m., however, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. But there's one thing I still don't understand though. The real Iris said something like, I betrayed Wright, and he means a lot to me or something like that. He's precious to me. But we don't know exactly why that is. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Nah, that can't be. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. Hi RNG, how are you today? That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes, after being notified of what happened, the police came to Asakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. You're feeling sleepy yourself right now? I am a bit sleepy too, myself. Ever since she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose I can't deny any of that. Whew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Me neither. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Well, she wasn't in the detention center at all times. She was allowed to be outside to unlock the locks on the inner temple door because we were trying to free Maya. But if this is really Maya, then there's no point. But she was left alone, come to think of it, when Edgeworth went outside or curled up in a corner because he was afraid of the earthquake or something like that. I was drinking too. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia. Somehow switched places. Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Well, that's what she said. It's true that she could have been lying, but there were no psyche locks either, so I guess she wasn't lying about it. And also, no, I was gonna say something else, but no, it doesn't make sense, okay. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one, yeah. During the earthquake. I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Ah, yeah. Yeah, there was that too. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was... where is he in the list? Or... ah, yeah, here. This is... Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple, this kind of tremorite! How could I have? She fled, she escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. Jesus Christ, I can't read anymore. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and... Be quiet. I was right. It was her. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's his pickup line. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired, because she's dead. Ha. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? She's dead. Why? What does she care? Yeah. She doesn't have to. Oh boy, alright, she looks really evil with that angle. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. It's the end of that part. And there's not much left. February 10th, 1:06 p.m. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness. Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we are to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that, but when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means it was... Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? The plan. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Yikes! You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who had also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? That's really mean, goddammit. And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Glad she's dead, yeah. But still, even from the dead, she's still causing trouble, though. Anyway, but for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For her bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. But come to think of it, actually, why would she go along with the plan if she hates her mother? Damn ghost. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of our daughter and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. You were going to kill Maya. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Grr. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin. On Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I looked absolutely identical, no one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Hold on, what did I not press on already? I've done this one, I've done this one. I've done this one. I haven't done this one, and the first one also, I think. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Oh, no, that can't be. That can't be. It can't be a bad ending like that, no. I'm pretty sure she is being channeled by her body because I don't see who else could have channeled her. Why though? Why did it come to be that way? That's what I don't know for the time being. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. Objection! That's absurd. Maya's she's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. That's how she used to call him when she was pretending to be his girlfriend. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. Oh, no, okay. Well, I still have to... Well, she's only stating the facts here. I mean... There's nothing to present here. She's just presenting the facts, so... You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Yeah, I can imagine that it wasn't, indeed. How did you manage to discuss a plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fey? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see, so that's when you discussed the plan. Huh, are you crazy? At first that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fey the master of Kurain. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? I just want to know one thing. Why did you personally think of Morgan... What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me why. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was... For myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Well, I mean, if you think back to this game, to the events of this game, she wanted revenge on Mia, but not Maya. But then she could have chosen to take revenge on Maya instead, because she couldn't take revenge on Mia anymore because Mia was already dead. I'm gonna save and try to present the this one. Yeah. Could it be that your actual goal hadn't got a haircut? Yeah, I did, yeah. It was just way too long, and it's pretty hot today here in Belgium, so I feel lighter and cooler that way. That your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see? You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible, was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Well, if Maya really is dead, yeah, it's pretty sad, but at least we know that Iris was innocent. Although, no, she was actually, yeah, she was an accomplice. So, as they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Yeah, she inherited that from her mother, actually. As much as she hates her mother, actually, she resembles her more than perhaps she wants to. What a cruel plan, cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. Who was she channeling then? She was channeling Elise Donim? So it was Elise Donim who channeled her after all. But she's not in Elise anymore because Elise is dead. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It can't be. I don't believe it. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya. Well, if anything, one of the reasons I don't believe it is that I saw trailers and pictures for later games, and I know that she keeps appearing in the series after this game. So, I mean, I'm kind of spoiled in that way, so I kind of know that she can't be dead. I just don't know the whole story and how that's possible, though. I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory. I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it.
Objection!
It's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stopped. It stops? Well, yeah, if the person that was channeling her died, she couldn't have stayed in the body, right? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the secret cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the secret cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the secret cavern. Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Pearl, maybe. Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself right at the back of the secret cavern. Well, Pearl said that she was there, so that morning only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scrolling gravy. But Maya is the only person we don't know where she is, so we would have found her if it was her. So it has to be Pearls. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. Iris, the real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the secret cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the secret cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away. Oh, she locked the real Iris in there? I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me. I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author. What? We already knew that. That's not a surprise. Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide. The sin of killing your own parents. Yeah, right. Or your own mother. No way! Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this? It's his favorite line. It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Can this really be true, though? I mean, it was in self-defense, but still. Ridiculous, that's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh. The idea that she's still in the Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else? Eagle River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? I don't know. That still wouldn't explain who is channeling her now. There was no one left able to do that. That would have been at the inner temple at that moment. Inside the Sacred Cavern. But there is only one thing that doesn't really click, I guess, in my theory. Yeah, hold on. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. Yeah, okay. There was too much noise with the river. What I was gonna say is, why did Maya go back inside the cavern? To channel her on purpose? Maybe? I'm not sure. What would be a reason for channeling her, right? Oh well, anyway. So what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh, Oh, that's Godot's ringtone. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? It's his theme song. Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the Sacred Cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh. Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the Sacred Cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No! No! It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. No. Don't let this be true. It's impossible! Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey, in self-defense. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ah! I know, it's more like, ha! Try it. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godo? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember this. This woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. Ah, yeah, it's not river down there. It's just plain rocks. So her body would not have fallen into the river, and we would have found the body if that was the case. Ah, thank goodness. Well, thank goodness. We're still not 100% sure where she is, although I have still the same idea, but that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. I think he'd be happy if Maya was alive too, since he was, I think, anyway, in love with Mia, or at least Mia was very important to him anyway. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Because of this. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can see it there, actually. It's not the same map as in the previous case, but you can still see pretty well that it's rock on that side under the bridge. So yeah, she couldn't have jumped into the river from that side. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Well, what I just had a look at, right? It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. Yeah, because when she was little, she jumped into the river. And not from the side where it's completely broken. Yeah, she would know because that simple fact came up in a previous case where she was in the witness stand too. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. I see you want to be a lawyer now. Hi, Tinderwave. How's it going? Well, I guess you could say, yeah, maybe, yeah, a little bit. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped up from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. Ha. So you finally figured it out. You. No. Don't die on me now, stream. Order! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. As you can see, my client is guilty and I rest my case. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth? Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the secret cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there is still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you are talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye is... I'm not gonna save. She's currently in this courtroom. I know that. I figured it out already, some time ago. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Faye is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? The meme answer. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said, I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there is one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Well, that's... part of that is something I don't understand is... why would she do that and how would she think of doing that? Because when she killed... assuming Maya really did kill her mother, not knowing that it was her mother, how would she know who to channel? Although I guess... no, I guess that if Elise was channeling Dahlia, she would have looked like Dahlia at that moment. Yeah, the spirit did not have a party phone line. Pearls even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There was only one possibility left. That's why I thought that it had to be Maya Faye. Because there is really only one possibility. Come on already, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? The very person you tried to kill. But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Ha. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. That makes sense, I guess? To protect herself from me? Well, I guess it does make sense in one way, yeah. Because Pearl said that as long as you know what the person you're trying to channel looks like, that you can channel that person indeed. So, she knew what she looked like. There were two people who looked like it, but Iris isn't dead, so she couldn't channel Iris. So the only other person looking like that she could channel was Dahlia. I guess that's how she did it. Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing, killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. That face. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. But if Dahlia knows she's in Maya's body... Seppuku, well... She doesn't have any weapon on herself right now. Or she could try to, like, hold her breath, I guess, or something like that. But, well... I don't know. Can you do that? I wonder if that's possible. I mean... If she was trying to strangle herself, wouldn't she, like, pass out before she can finish a job or something like that? I don't know how it works because it's science fiction. Sorry, but no, it would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Oh, okay. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, Pearls did say that she fell asleep at one point. She thought she had fallen asleep, but actually she wasn't conscious anymore because she was trying so hard to channel that spirit that that spirit came to be channeled through her body, and it was the spirit of Mia who then told Maya, I guess, to channel Dahlia Hawthorne. I suppose. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. Oh no, wait, so that's how it happened? She explained in a memo the situation she was in. Ah, yeah, because otherwise they can't communicate with one another if she is channeling her. Yeah, although I guess it would have made more sense for her to be channeled by Pearls at that moment. But they didn't go for that idea. Well, she asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the secret cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. Yeah, once the spirit, so to speak, would have been available to be channeled by someone, Pearl, who just kept trying and trying and trying again. Yeah, she would have eventually succeeded. I guess. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the blend, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this! Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it? Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes. Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. Fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... Yeah, what was his name again? You wound up killing someone else. I've forgotten his name. As a result, you were sentenced to death. That was the first case, that one. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Faye escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Faye. Mia Faye. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Faye like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Wow, she's really badass. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia, and that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burned to a crisp. You... Oh... You're wrong! It can't be! How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Ah! Yeah, I can't do a scream like that, I'm afraid. Ooh. Ooh, she's really ugly. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Well, I think fate decided otherwise. What was that? What a bitch she was. There's Maya. Coming to her senses. Nick. Sis. Oh, she passed out. Crap. Now then. I assume you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godo, what happened to Dahlia Althorn? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye as well as the young Pearl Faye were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. I think it's best for everyone indeed. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit judge equals best character. Hi, ALVTH. Welcome to the stream. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the crane channeling technique. Hey, is that the New Year's issue of Oh, Celt? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all of that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
What is it? What is it? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godo? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Try it. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Yeah, please don't pin this on Maya, please. Just as Dahlia Althorn was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donim, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. Okay, he's not outright accusing Maya, but unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way! But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There is one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? Well, Maya would have seen it. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Well, has she come to her senses already? But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Yeah, that makes sense. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. Hi, Green Toad Gaming. Thank you for the follow. It's always appreciated. And thank you for the host at the same time. You somehow managed to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. Hey, no, don't take me away from me. That's enough. This court is now in recess. Well, you were still an accomplice in this thing, so are they gonna let you off the hook, I wonder? I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places and Iris was inside the secret cavern. Who do you think did it at this point? Well, hello, classic curse ball, by the way. I don't know. I think rather than letting Maya kill her, her mother might have tried to kill herself instead. I mean, she might have, but no. How would she stab herself in the back? No, that's not possible. Though that can't be it. Honestly, I don't know. If it's not Maya, then I don't know who it is. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the secret cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. She was quite evil, though. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... Yeah, and this guy too. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey. And Diego Armando, the guy who I suspect is really Godo. And plus, Diego Armando, Godo. You know, after poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Ah, yeah, he is the guy that she poisoned who was mentioned in the first case. Ah. But he didn't die? Daddy even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there was one more thing that I had to ask you. Yes? What is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim. Was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. Diego is Godo. No, you crazy. Well, I mean, he resembled him and everything, so... I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But... the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Yeah, This is so unlikely to work, a plan like that, to, like, balance the body over to the other side like this. It would never work. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. Lies and slander. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Yeah, so it was wiped, like assumed yesterday. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone, the real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. That would have been too convenient indeed. Victim staff updated in the court record. As assorted and inside, the actual weapon used to murder the victim. Yeah, okay. So we've got that proven at least. Defendant. Yes, the judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Althorn. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Yeah, what was that all about that you wouldn't tell me at first? That you betrayed me at some point and I'm very important to you, or at least Phoenix is very important to you. What was that all about? Can't say. Time to get a court order from the cell provider. Yeah, what was that about? I've been wondering about it for the whole case, thinking that it would be mentioned at some point, but I guess it's gonna have to wait till the very end. So it's true, Iris cooperated with the real killer, maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix! Mia! How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried, she'll recover completely, but emotionally she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean... She's learned who Liz Nonim really was? Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. Well, still. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I mean... Morgan Fay is the person who is behind all of it, but she's in jail, so how would she have done it? Unless... But no, that's not possible. I was gonna say maybe she committed suicide in her cell and you don't know about it yet, and she was channeled by someone else, but no, that can't be. I think that just maybe I know who it was. Is it someone in there? Or... I don't think that would be her, but... I mean... Can she channel the spirits of people? I don't know. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Asakura temple side by Pendulum. We know Phoenix is the killer. He had everything to gain, a case to solve, and attention that he so craved. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. That can't be Pearls, right? Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Asakura temple the following day. No, so it can't be Pearls. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Can it be Sister Bikini? Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. Games solving all the case for you. Yeah, and you mean by all the like the reasoning behind it that Mia just gave? Yeah, it's kind of solving it for you. I mean, reducing the range of possibilities anyway. It was the judge. Look at that beard. It spells guilty. It's written all over his face. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce that the results of the test we had performed earlier, we know it was the maid, so... I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yeah, the blood tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that! I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. And you are the father. No, that's not true. That's impossible. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or... due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Can it... I mean... She complained about her back being... She complained about her back being painful. Can it be? Can it be? Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now. Back hurt from carrying the plot. Then whose was it? Dagger updated in the court record. The blood doesn't match the victim's. Well, yeah. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Company Law Offices. She's not gonna say spirit medium. Maya, according to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Crane channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment Miss Elise Donim's murder. Of Miss Elise Donim's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any...
Objection.
Straighten up, this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Hi, Orange Citrus 99. Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against a stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dalia Awthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Citrus? It's citrus. Yeah, sorry if I didn't pronounce it right. Orange citrus. Maya, hanging in there. She doesn't look well at all. At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. Blood, no doubt. That's when I lost consciousness. Well, I'm already at the end. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person, but after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya is really having a hard time. What should I do? Leave her alone, perhaps, for now. Considering the conditions at the crime scene, it's not surprising she didn't see her attacker. Ha, so it looks like even you've got some compassion. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Donim, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. Yeah, hold on. This one. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fei. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. Yeah, hold on. You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by a last hope. What do I do? That judge, soiling his robes. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? I shouldn't go overboard for the time being. I'll just play it by ear. I'm gonna save. And something warm splashed over me. Well, that's blood. I don't think I should press that. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Hold on. Or maybe I should press further on that one. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. Yeah, that's the same thing. But after that, your attacker was right in front of you. How could you not see? Let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. Maybe I should have pressed harder on that one then. That's right, it was dark, that's it. It was dark? It's no good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. But that doesn't make sense like I said earlier. Because the snow around the lantern was all molten, so... it had melted. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled. Yeah, we already know that. What happened after you were struck on the head? I stumbled and ended against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Wait, that one I already pressed, didn't I? That one too? Should I press further on that one? I'm gonna save. I don't want to press her and then lose points for it. No, not present. Press. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man or woman? Yeah, she already said that. Yeah, the judge with his soiled his robes statement. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, that's what you said. You said my last hope. What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah, but you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like what you call it when that happens. Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh, yes, I remember, right? I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What, she's remembered? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person? I am. Well, I am. I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure. You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. But you just said that it was dark, right? Well, right now it says that it was not lit. I still think that it was, but the evidence up to this point seems to indicate that it was indeed lit. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No! Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godo, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Café au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Wright's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor, I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. They have to quote Final Fantasy IV now. Must have noticed it too, Trite. The witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I recall the witness's statement about her attacker? She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw her mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No! Order! 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 What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions?
Objection!
Wright, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godo. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover for the man that killed her mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha. You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? There aren't 100 men in there. If anything, there are less men than anything else. Less men. Him, and him. I think we can safely say that it was not Miles Edgeworth, alright? I think we can safely say that it was not Larry Butts. I think we can safely say that it was not Dick Gumshoe. That leaves only one man, and that man happens to be wearing a mask that would glow in the dark like that, just so he would be easily recognizable. That leaves only him, but why? To protect Maya, I guess? And that's why he's been reproaching me all along for not protecting her. And so he had to do that? Is that why? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? He's gonna ask to have the lights in the courthouse to be turned off, right? Because it happened once, I can't remember. No, it wasn't in this case. It was in the previous one, I think. Or, one of the previous cases where, you could only see Phoenix's eyes and the glow of his, helmet or something, his mask. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Turn off the light. The defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. What? This is... But it can't be. Ah. Ha. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, there were not that many possibilities, so... Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. What was he doing there, though? Order, order, order. Prosecutor Godo, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Or are you denying it? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Pardon me. Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. I feel my brain is working from watching this game. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya, I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. For a totally different reason. Witness, Mr. Wright, what the...
Objection.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Testify again. Let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Ah, yes. I guess, yeah, the fact that the snow is missing is probably because the snow would have been all stained in blood. It was not from the fact that the lantern was lit or something like that, like I had assumed that the snow was gone. It's because it had been removed. Oh, okay. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godo said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Okay, so it probably wasn't him. I mean, why would he do that? Other than perhaps to protect Maya, I guess. But also, if you consider the situation you described. So you're saying they just ate all the snow evidence? Well, I'm not saying anything about what they did with the snow, but... At this point, I'm not sure of much, to be honest. It doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. Or maybe it was lit. Yeah, no, okay. Or maybe it was lit so as to make the snow melt. Unless, yeah, the torches around it perhaps were lit, but not the stone lantern itself. Yeah, it's complicated. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more of the condition of the crime scene. And all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow. It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps, however, there is something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. Yeah, it is true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Looks there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. The place had changed. What did something else change? Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. But he wouldn't have left the name, though, on the lantern, right? I mean, that's a pretty big thing that he would have thought of cleaning up. Objection! That doesn't make any sense. The body of Elise Donim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. But remember that Godo couldn't see the blood on it, because I think he can't see the red color. I mean, it would look like white or something like that. Perhaps because of the helmet that he's wearing, or because of the fact that he said himself that his eyesight is completely messed up because of the fact, maybe, I suppose, that he was poisoned in the past. There's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godo. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right. Order, order, order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? He couldn't see it. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's the fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? The killer wrote it to pin the crime on Maya, or the killer didn't notice it? Yeah, I'm going to go with that one. Prosecutor Godo, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. There is no way any normal person would. What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There was only one person involved in this incident. Who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether? And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Well, again, Godo. Mr. Godo, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godo? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Yeah, and also, it didn't know that Elise Donim was actually Misty Faye. I think, from what I remember, it was pretty surprised when I mentioned that. So, there are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on the white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godo. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about the bloodstain. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's true, yeah. I didn't pay attention to it more than that at the time, but yeah, it's true. Yeah, you could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red. Ha. It's strange. In the black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godo, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. But red tea is so delicious, though. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godo is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godo, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donim, also known as Miss Misty Faye. I'm pretty sure it didn't know that it was Misty Faye at the time. But he did so to protect Maya. I'm pretty sure of it. You sound like the judge just now. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ha. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written on there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is Rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yeah. He took out a lot more than he really had to, just to make sure, because he couldn't see it. Yes, why didn't he just take that area? Could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection!
Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godo? Hold it! Why is she covering up for him anyway, so much? Wait just a minute. Maya, what is it, witness? Mr. Godo isn't the killer. After all, it didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection!
Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look like it, but... Eek! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness wasn't conscious for a long time. Yeah, because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godo no matter what the cost? Because maybe she thinks that she owes him for saving his life, or her life, I mean. If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Ha, nicely done, Trite. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the inner temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple too. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godo arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearly? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godo, let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. I think I know where this is going anyway. After the incident. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. The next morning she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godo arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Was it really how it happened? I mean, that was my first thought. I thought I did. I thought I did find her first. He cheered her up. That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godo. And here I was, thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha, cut it out, you're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godo style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. What, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Streaming Rudy style. Well, thanks. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western taste. Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there he headed to for the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Godo say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godo when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Yeah, how was he already at the inner temple? I mean, I thought I was the first person to cross the bridge after it had just been fixed. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donim. Yeah, I wonder about that. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godo. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godo? Hot nights and even harder coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains, I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the inner temple, huh? Ha, you want to say something, Trite? It's just like I thought. Godo is lying. If his first visit to the inner temple really was after the incident, he shouldn't know about that piece of evidence. Very well, please go on with your testimony. What piece of evidence? Oh wait, is it something that he mentioned? Yeah, on this thing. It's something that he said right here. He was a nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin. Cut it out. You're making me blush. The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. Policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. So, cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin Maya Fei. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearly, I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. With milk and sugar to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth. What a sweet story. It had a thermos of coffee. Why doesn't that surprise me? There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godo when the murder was taking place? Yeah, okay, no. Let me try it again. But reread what he said the first time, because he mentioned that piece of evidence. Hold on. I need to get through this really quick. You said that you conducted an investigation. Yeah, it looks like my investigation went about as well as yours tried. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only hot thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. There we go. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So he shouldn't know about the poster that was covered in gravy. Proverbial weak spot, yeah. Yeah, hold on. So it's on the... Yeah, it's on this one that I have to present it. Mr. Godo, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because it just made one fail slip up. Yeah, I mean, if the poster was already covered in gravy, he wouldn't have known what the poster was supposed to represent before it was covered in gravy, if that makes any sense. So he had seen it before, and then he had seen it a second time covered in the aroma of Western tastes or something like that he just said. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godo is right, that scroll shows a picture of my mother, but if he had been to the inner temple for the first time after the bridge had been fixed, he wouldn't have been able to tell that. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godo, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. Hold it! Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top, there's a crest there. Ah, that is the mark of the master, correct? Exactly, so if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there. Yeah, but it could also have been a picture of a previous master, couldn't it? True, but Mr. Godo described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh, yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing, although it makes all the sense in the world given that what she is, the kind of channeling spirit medium that she is. Mr. Godo, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. To protect her, maybe. Probably because he wanted to keep an eye on Maya. Because he knew that it was going to be dangerous, perhaps. I don't know if he knew about the plan by Morgan Fay, but he probably thought that it was dangerous and wanted to protect Maya. But I'm not sure about that one. Can I ask you just one thing, Trite? He said. What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godo knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? I think... Well, whoever wrote that letter anyway. Could it be that it was him who opened it once before? I theorized that it was someone else earlier, but that it was Misty Faye, but maybe it was him actually. Oh, maybe. I can't save here, unfortunately. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for our daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godo couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told our daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like a prosecutor. Yeah, such as Mr. Godo. It kinda ends like the first game, doesn't it? Hi, Panda. It kinda ends like the first game, doesn't it? Where the prosecutor Von Karma was the one who had actually killed someone. Order, order, order! Mr. Godo, you're under fire again! This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer is, in this case, eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. He did it for Mia because he was close to her. He didn't want her younger sister to die as well. Even though she's dead, he still did it for her. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godo? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godo. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. I don't think I'm wrong with this. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godo is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect. Yeah, right. Sure, why not? You must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godo is Diego Armando. Yeah, okay. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando, that name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Yeah, I remember that now. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Yeah, Mia had died in the interval. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Ha, Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live, and it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor. My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? I thought that was pretty obvious. You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. Hi, X-Trace Beast. Welcome back. How did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What? What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Kurain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her, again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Why didn't she come back for her children? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff, the one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother! So she proceeded to channel Dahlia Althorn herself then, before anyone else could, before Pearl or even Maya could. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Althorn. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Althorn into her own body. Yeah, she did so only as the last resort though, because of the fact that Pearls didn't show up. What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Kurain, Misty Fey's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Althorn so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. just in case you need it to be saved from Adalia Hawthorne. Godo. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godo. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond the shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick! Please don't! Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godo. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick, but even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. If the judge gives the order, anyway. Yeah. Your testimony, please, Miss Fey. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? I don't think you can actually prove it unless there were coffee-soaked fingerprints on the murder weapon. Well, come to think of it, found stuck in a pine tree in the inner temple garden, the blood doesn't match the victim's. Yeah, whose blood is it? Because we still don't know exactly whose blood it is. Yeah, so just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry, I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Ha, things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Fey? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. This is it. Final stretch. Please save again, just in case. I'm gonna press on everything perhaps. Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godo's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... Could those 3 lights have been something else? Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. That blood. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. And what happened after that? She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right, I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. Godo needs to stop always hinting. He already did during the bridge rope swing shenanigans where he sat upside down 5 times in a row, even though he knew what happened and that it would give you the right idea. Yeah, well, maybe that's what he wants in the end. Well, that's what he's hoping, that I can figure out the truth, because then it would mean that he's capable enough of protecting Maya. Maybe. I suppose. So then what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out your shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so, but suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out? Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Godo's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right. They work on batteries? Well, I guess it needs a power source. Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? No conclusive evidence there. Just at that moment there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then that scream came from the killer? Right. That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. But it was a man? Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kinda wonder. Yeah. I'm sorry to say this. But that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense after all. My deductions are almost certainly never correct. Remember the testimony she just gave. Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. That means she was already stabbed, right? In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Ah, yeah, so... there comes the dagger, I guess, into all of this. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, try it. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as a weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? And so the blood on it is probably his. If anything, it's probably already been determined by the lab, but he just didn't want to deliver the information too early, right? He wanted to keep the information to himself. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. No, it's already been proven otherwise. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Behind his mask. So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godo, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Take off your mask. Take off your mask right now. Order! Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? What if I really were the killer? I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? Alright then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya? This dagger. You said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Godo had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya, maybe just change this clothes. That would solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godo was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Well, he got stabbed somewhere he wasn't wearing any clothes on his face. And maybe the blood just didn't drip onto his clothes. I don't know. Don't break my theory like that. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? The judge takes smart pills during the last recess. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection!
That's impossible. Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Ah! Ha, so that's all you've got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here. If Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. He was smart and put on a disposable plastic apron. Yeah, could be. If Mia Fey were here. So come on, try it. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godo of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you want it. Ha! That's good. A fighter till the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Let's save. Let's save then. Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godo? Because it doesn't matter to me, I've got the one piece of evidence I need. This music though, hello Penya Spammer, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's one of the best in the whole series in my opinion. It's powerful. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There was one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no blood stains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line, the final stop. Try. Let's hear what you've got. Where is this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Your face. Ha, I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godo, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Can't hide it anymore now, huh? What was that? What was that? Has he removed his mask now? No, not yet. Is it your 17th cup of coffee? Just now, I saw her spirit in you. Mask bomb? I never liked you, 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. But he didn't know! And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care, you just kept living your pathetic happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow her in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you, that's what I thought. Mr. Godo! But I was wrong about you, I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was myself. Yeah, was me. You, yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth to escape from the harshness of reality. But another cup? I just couldn't face Mia's death head-on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there was one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the dark, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there right in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye or even that little girl, but I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Yeah, it was more for his vengeance against Dahlia than anything else. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Revenge. Yeah, that makes sense. Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? Yeah, that sounds like it. And now I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godo. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Take off your mask. We want to see your face. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Huh. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Ha, did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma. I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant. Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Yeah, she's not guilty of the murder, but she's not off the hook, she's not off the hook, I should think. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well, before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing I'd like to say. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. Iris. Yeah, she's cute. I forgive her. She's cute. If anything could be solved by cuteness, I want to apologize to you. Apologize to me? For what? Yeah, tell me. I want to know. For the case 5 years ago. Of course. It wasn't you, was it? I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? I'd be a terrible lawyer. She's about to get even cuter. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you. You hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? What? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. What, the rest of the time it was you? And Doc Swallow was killed. No way, it can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. It wasn't Dahlia? What were you doing away from the temple then? I thought you spent all your life there. Huh? It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. Aww. You mean... That's right, I lied to you. For 8 months. Ah. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. Oh. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. Oh! If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her, even if it meant her life or mine. Iris! Spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Althorn was found guilty, I still believed in you. Ah. Thank you. So what now? She's going to jail or what? How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. My heart can't take this! Yeah, it is a good ending. It is a really great ending. Don't you think so? Phoenix right. He's drinking coffee too now. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know either how many cups I drank. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim Elise Donim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Ah, don't die on me now, stream. It's almost over. Just hold on a bit longer. I've been drinking milk. I've been drinking tea, so... Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. I was dropping frames just there. Hold on, stream. Don't break up now. So I guess it's all over, the way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course, justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You are as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, please, come back again sometime. You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. Yes, please, don't disappear forever. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things, and along this journey I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick! Maya, I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do. Meet in the next game. I don't have the next game, unfortunately. That trilogy is the... Well, they're the only games I own. Well, my bro has the Miles Edgeworth Perfect Prosecutor games also. But I don't have the 3DS games or anything like that I could stream beyond this one, unfortunately. This is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. I wish they would release those on the Switch. The latter games. How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked, you even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francisca, still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back? Oh, that's right, I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial. This is definitely a harem. Practically at this point, yeah. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. I don't suppose... Gumshoe. No? I know, Larry. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, no thanks. I look nothing like him, cut it out. Especially with my haircut. Especially with my new haircut. Even less so. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What, me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Frenzy? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. I'll cosplay as Edgeworth or the judge. Well, do you have the beard to do the judge? Oh, well, you don't necessarily need to grow a real one, I guess. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised. You're going to model for my next picture book, Frenzy's Whippity Whip... don't get carried away. It would be funny if she did, because it's not like her character from the previous game. If she did accept. No beard. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Well, she was channeling Mia, so... Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right, you seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca, that's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright. Who is Maya Fey being strong for? It's her, isn't it? Who else could it be? Pearl Fey. The poor kid, after all. The reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Like the Branch family is supposed to be in reality, but anyway. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Ah! Here it comes. Oh, hey, so this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we've got quite the bunch here today. Ouch! What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Hey, you said you wanted to invite everyone to have some noodles or something. Or pasta or whatever. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah! Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was a reward. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Très bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. I think, because I was thinking about that, she could be talking to her mother through Pearl, right? Pearl could be channeling Misty, right? She's still out looking for pearls. No, bad Gumshoe. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearly. I can't find her anywhere. Oh, no, okay. It's a bit different, actually. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home. That's all. I thought so, too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Kidnapped. Oh no, please, don't say that. Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah! Very well, Phoenix Wright, we'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. I'd rather sit down and eat instant ramen than eat at Très bien. I'm sure Gumshoe knows some dope ramen recipes. Pedo everywhere. Yeah, please don't say that. Please don't say that. Asakura Temple, main gate. Asakura Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini, I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearly is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearly's not here. Ah. Maya, the hanging scroll. Ah. Oh, she was cleaning it maybe. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be Pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearly, why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here. It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya, I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini, your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her, that's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. Maya might actually be the only character with thicker plot armor than Phoenix. yeah, true that. I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something old masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's... a picture? A photo! Ah! Mother! It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. The vase had already been broken once before. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. That's Mia and Maya, right? It's an old Fae tradition to break the urn. Every generation since Amy Faye has broken the urn at some point. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know it. I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Yeah, right. Okay, objection. There we go. We're done with the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Well, the original trilogy anyway. I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Kurain and the office manager of Wright and Company Law Offices. And I have to be a good big sister to be a good... Ah, yeah, shit, it's too fast. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Considering how he basically channeled me at the finale of Case 5, you might have hints of spirit powers. Yeah, kinda. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra super special ultra, but I think I'll surprise the 2 of them by making them a secret reservation. What's to become of Iris after this? Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. You'll see? Yeah, I guess someday, yeah, I'll see. Or maybe she is an Apollo Justice. This is one I could stream at some point. Maybe. Just maybe. Thanks to you, the treasures of Kurain and blah blah blah. I even got to see Miss Von Karma. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. I can put the controller down, it's scrolling automatically. Ah, this guy. Dissy and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Adrienne is a good character, I like her a lot. I don't know who that is. I wonder if that's okay, sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Who is Adrienne? I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I had him $500,000 in a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Adrienne Andrews, yeah. Andrews. It's Samus. Yeah, she kinda looks like Zero Suit Samus. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I admit. Just old in a way. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Noriyuki Hiwadare. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Mata. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I had plans to stream Hollow Knight all along. Still blind because I have not played that yet either. So I think I might do that. I might stream that next. Hollow Knight. I think the magazine's like us. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Wow! Yeah, haven't played it yet. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. You gotta finish that, yeah. Objection! Ben Groman Judd? That's the voice of Phoenix, right? Sean King. Christina Catano. Well, they barely have any lines of spoken dialogue, so to list the voice actors.
Objection!
James C. Wilson.
Objection!
Francisca Von Karma. Janet Sue. David Crislip. When the old bag? She appears after the credits. Well, during the credits. What's this? I'm back from a long trip. Guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back? if I bring them over to Hedgie Poo, blah blah, I really can't accept these, I'm afraid. Yeah, she's talking too fast for me to read again. Oh, okay, so she was referenced during that case, but she actually appears in the end credits. Oops, yeah. I finally found something I like to do. Frenzy's whippity whip trip, it's gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, anti-social. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Ah, that's what he drew. So Francisca is kind of part of the gang now, I guess. And that's it. I'm done, folks. And just in the nick of time, too, because I had like 8 minutes left to stream, and after that I would have had to leave anyway. So, I didn't plan on it being so close, but it turned out perfectly in the end. I'm quite glad about that. Well, I will be back not tomorrow, but on Tuesday then. Yeah, on Tuesday, and normally I should get started on Hollow Knight, unless I get another idea before then. But normally this is what I should be doing. Frenzy is basically like a sister to Edgeworth. Yeah, kinda, yeah. They were kinda raised together, right? Yeah, I would have had to leave anyway in 7 minutes, so... And Edgeworth is part of the gang, so Frenzy is as well. Yeah. But I mean... She didn't grow up with Phoenix Wright, though, so they were always rivals. Like, they never were friends to begin with, but Edgeworth and Phoenix Wright, well, they grew up together, so they kind of had reasons to be friends, didn't they? Well, that's how I see it anyway. That's my take on it. Yeah, but well, I've got nothing else to say. So, well, I will be back then on Tuesday, and if you don't want to miss on Hollow Knight, well, you know what to do. Tune in on Tuesday in the evening, and I should be there normally if all goes well. Thanks, guys. See ya. Have a good one until then, and do take care. Bye.